Hello. This is where a cat would be if she would be here in this room, but she isn't. Right when I started the stream, she had to go outside, of course. As is tradition. But anyways, it's time for another stream and for another speed paint. So, hey. We'll see when she'll come back. I hope she's just outside for a quick snack or a quick poop. We'll see. So, I'm still painting clouds. This has not changed and will not change for a long time still. So, yeah, I would say I'm mostly done with just painting regular cumulus clouds. Maybe at some point I will make one or two more paintings, but for the most part I feel like I have enough practice already in. But alto-cumulus clouds are a bit different. For explanation purposes, let's pull up our reference stuff. So all of my pictures, once again, all of the different cloud types. Cumulus clouds, these puffy, round looking clouds, rather large but come in all sorts of sizes. And then you have alto-cumulus and cirro-cumulus. The difference between those two isn't really that dramatic, so I'm just gonna say alto-cumulus, and it could apply for either of them. The difference is basically just the general size and altitude, but that is also like a more of a... yeah. Anyways. So the main characteristic is that they have this stripe pattern and are made of like very small individual cumulus clouds that are arranged in that pattern. Not perfectly, and so this is also kind of a challenge to make a pattern that doesn't look too neat, too perfect. Like you gotta have some irregularities in there. And also, since these clouds are rather small, they are mostly very soft. And this is also very different from those cumulus clouds, especially the large ones. They have mostly a very solid shape, with just the edges maybe here and there a bit softer, but overall they're quite opaque. Whereas here, like a lot of them, they're like half opaque, half kind of partially transparent. And yeah, I still feel I need more practice with those. Last stream, I also did some alto-cumulus clouds. I can show it off. Here, that's, well, of course, there we go. This is what we made last stream of a big whale, because why not? And those are supposed to be alto-cumulus clouds or cirro-cumulus, whatever it is. But I'm not too happy with them. They don't look soft enough. Is first of all a problem, I feel. And second of all, they look a bit too closely packed. They should be a bit more spaced out and a bit more irregular. Like you can see this very clear stripy pattern that they're following, and there's not really much of a waviness to it. And I want to improve on that, and we'll see. I want to make a few more paintings with those kind of clouds. Also, those kind of patterns look neat in my opinion. And so today I want to, let's go back to the reference pictures again. I want to make some that like some alto-cumulus clouds in a sunset setting, which is extra challenging. Sorry for the burps. Because sunset, painting clouds in sunset colors is definitely more challenging. Whereas, you know, with a normal blue sky, you just use white and maybe gray, maybe like a bluish gray, and that's about it. You can mix in a little bit of yellow for the highlights, but yeah, you don't have to worry too much about the colors. Whereas with sunset colors, like look at this picture for example. I will use this picture as the main inspiration source, and you can see all sorts of different colors. You have the sun at the horizon, probably it's already below the horizon at this point, and you see these yellow reflections, you know, like these yellow highlights and the orange shadows, and then it turns into orange reddish highlights and these kind of like very dark shadows, and then slowly but surely the contrast is decreasing and you still have a blue sky at the top, and it transitions more into that white, but with a more of a darker blue sky. And it's not easy. I'm still not very good at painting sunset, so this is gonna be a challenge. So yeah, I just want to have like in black some kind of, I don't know, some kind of beach, some kind of foresty setting, whatever, like similar to this here with a few mountains in the background. I think that this looks very nice. Maybe some piers, it's always neat, and some ships. Yeah, as for the shape of the stripes, I'm not gonna go as extreme as this photo. I think this has been taken with a very wide lens. I'm not too educated in photography, but I think there is a lot of distortion happening because of the lens, so they get these extreme curvatures and they kind of like look like they're coming right at you. Very interesting looking, but it doesn't look natural, at least I think so, but I could also be wrong. But it would be neat to have like two stripe pattern intersecting into each other. How I'm gonna achieve that, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, enough talk. Let's try to make a sketch. And for the sketch, I'm gonna set up a perspective ruler, just 2-point perspective, and bam. Just want to have this grid here, the bottom. Well, but I want to move it to the top. I'm gonna flip it over, and the horizon is gonna be down here. And so whatever is above the horizon is basically just sky. We want it to be focused on the sky. And I use this grid for the stripy pattern of the alto-cumulus clouds, which are not supposed to perfectly follow that grid, otherwise it will look unnatural, but it gives you a good guide. I'm not going to worry too much about I'm not gonna think too much about what kind of perspective here would be like super realistic or anything. What I normally do is I try to make sure that those squares still, for the most part, look like squares within the drawing area. Like if they start to look really distorted, like this one here, for example, which is really far outside of the drawing area. But I don't want this one here to be in there. This is extremely distorted, because 2-point perspective or even 3-point perspective is not exactly, it's still a simplification of what is considered real. In reality, you have like round distortions actually, and you have some roundness to the objects. And if you use a very wide angle, then you have a very round distortion especially at the edges. Whereas here we only work with linear lines, with just straight lines, which is not exactly how it works. So once like you get like really you can think of like the outermost squares are supposed to be squares at a very wide angle, and those get extremely distorted and you want to avoid them. If you look at a considerably small angle still, then those distortions, as you can see here, are still neglectable. You can still work with them and it doesn't look too off. That has been an old tutorial topic of mine. That was during my first year of my tutorial show, and that knowledge is still very useful. So I think this looks fine. These look mostly still like it's actual squares, so it's fine. We don't have to worry too much about it, of course, because we're just working with clouds. Hopefully. Up here. Come on. Apple. Boo boo. Chips in the way. Oh, boo boo. Come here. Come. Yes. There she is. So happy. Oh, stretchy. Thank you. No stretch. I am gonna stretch. Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh. So and so I could make it so that my tools follow these vanishing points, and they always point towards it no matter how I move, and I can like rotate it and stuff, but that's not what we want. We want to have some wiggly lines and some curves for the cloud patterns. So gonna work with it a little bit differently. Also, I'm gonna make the grid a bit larger. Okay. So I should make sure that this pattern doesn't look too much like the same. Like, there should be some irregularities. I don't draw the lines too parallel. So I'm thinking maybe it is intersecting with another pattern coming from the side here, kind of merging together. This might turn out really cool, or might gonna be a total mess. We'll see. We'll see. Let's maybe also sketch out here what we have in terms of shores and piers and mountains and stuff. Also, let's think about it composition wise. So there is gonna be the intersection here in this corner. There's gonna be a lot of focus on this side. And so I want to have here on one side, I want to have a bit of a mountainscapes going on, and one side just the shore, which is a lot flatter. Like if I have the shore over here, we're gonna have the focus over here, and this is probably a better composition than if I have it over here, and then everything would be too heavily focused on the right side of the painting. So let's do that. We're gonna have the shore coming over here. Quickly sketch out this so I can turn off the grid. It gets a bit distracting. You cannot really lower the opacity of this grid or anything, so sometimes sketching over it is hard to see. I also don't want to follow the reference photo that I have too perfectly. Otherwise, it feels like I'm just copying it, and I personally don't want to do that. Let's see. Maybe I can bring in a little bit over here too. And this here is supposed to be further to back. Yeah, composition-wise, this is actually very interesting, because you have like a lot of dominant features. You have the shore, and then the sunset, and then you have the intersection of those clouds over here. So it kind of like follows this kind of curve. Does it make sense? I don't know. I'm just making stuff up right now. No idea if it follows any sort of composition science. But it sounds good, so yeah. Also, this time I managed to make the tea just the right temperature, with like hot tea and cold water balancing, and I actually managed to do it right and not completely burning my tongue while I'm streaming, and that's good. So there are gonna be a bunch of trees. And some of this pattern here is just gonna fade out. Not gonna extend all of it forever, and there will be gaps here and there. It's not gonna fill out the whole sky. For example, this part I'm probably gonna leave blank. Over here I can leave out some stuff. Well, on this side it extends a bit further. How about that? Oh, oh dear. Hey Lucid, and here everybody else storming in here, butt stomping in here. What a mess. I'm sorry. But hey, welcome. Welcome, Lucid. Glad to see you here. I'm glad you like it, Lucid. I'm glad you like it. And also, hey Few. Glad to see you here. Ulfgar. All the cute emotes. Love to see it. Love to see it. If anybody here does not know who Lucid is for some miraculous reason, Lucid is a streamer over at Twitch, and they play a bunch of really neat games. And Lucid is also a very talented artist, so you should also follow them on Instagram. Recently they made a very beautiful painting and I loved it a lot. More alto-cumulus clouds, yeah. I need more practice with them, so yeah. And so far I only did the sketch to just kind of figure out how I'm gonna structure the sky and everything else. And I'm rather pleased with the general composition that I've established so far. So the plan is, I actually have a main reference picture. If I go over to my reference pictures again. So this is like my collection of cloud images, which is ridiculously large, but yeah. Over here we have alto-cumulus and cirro-cumulus, which are not really all that different from each other. It's just the general size and altitude. But it's more of a grayscale than actual specific levels, but whatever. And I'm gonna make it extra challenging for me and make it in more of a sunset setting. So yeah, I'm not perfectly following this photo, but I'm heavily inspired by it. And I'm gonna see. So if I turn it off again. So here we have the coast with some mountains in the background. Here's gonna be our sunset, and we kind of have like two alto-cumulus structures intersecting into each other and like merging into each other, and so you have like these curves coming up, and then over here they kind of merge together. And my general thought was, here would be the merging point, and then here we have the sunset and the coast, and it's kind of like following a curvature. And then now it sounds like very professional and artistic. I'm like, oh, we're gonna have this like this composition. It follows this curvature, and then this is where the viewer will follow, like the eyes of the viewer will follow along this line. And I'm just making stuff up. I have no idea. It sounds fancy and sounds right, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Hey Few, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And stay in here for long, but probably binge the VOD for this later. I wanna get better at my art. Oh, you're also making art. That's cool. Well, you are always welcome to also watch the VOD. And by the way, if you have some art, it doesn't have to be painting or drawings, it can be anything creative and you want to share it, I would love to see it. You could of course post links in the chat. I normally trust you guys, and as long as you ask beforehand, you can just post stuff. It's totally fine. And you can also join the Discord and post some stuff over here, and there are a bunch of very nice people over there who also make art, and yeah, sharing what you do is fun. So yeah. So I think I'm mostly done with the sketch, and now here's the part, the kind of scary part where you start the actual painting process. So what are we gonna start with? So at first, let's just put down some general colors. And a good idea is always to start with the sky, which is also a bit challenging. But I do have a palette here, which you cannot really see because it's open in a different window, but it's there. Liking the structure of the sketch? I'm glad you like it. Forgot to post it on Discord, oh yeah. I mean, there's no rush. If you wanna share it on Discord too, then that would be great. So, the gradient for the sky is not like just stripe shaped, but it's more focused on a spot. We're gonna have some yellow over here. And then gets flatter and flatter basically, and will transition into a more stripy pattern again. I might not keep those colors, I might change them later, but for now I just wanna, yeah, like okay. This gradient is a bit too intense. I gotta make those stripes a bit smaller. And up here we have a bit of a darker blue sky. Oh, and I'll take a look. Oh, Slugma, this looks cute. Great job, you. Also, don't mind if I do. Just gonna drop a follow real quick. Oop, there we go. Very cute. Gonna grab some dins, BRB. Alright. Get some sustenance. So, and this is gonna transition over into more of a gray. But yeah, I'm gonna switch those colors up a bit. Those are some colors that I picked out from somewhere else, but here I want them to be a bit brighter, not as dark. Yeah, in general, I'm very interested in what you all are making, what you're creating. So are you more into traditional art? Do you also do digital art? Are you sculpting? Are you sewing stuff? Crocheting, knitting, whatever it is. I'm very interested. I hang around a lot in crafting streams. A couple of you might already know that about me, since you might also already come from those kind of streams, like blipsues and false bubbles and so on. But yeah, it's nice. It's very chill. Love crafting stuff. Hawkboy sleeping. Draw stuff, attempt to do the same digitally, then try to edit videos from time to time. Oh, cool. That's already a good array of things. What kind of videos do you make? If you don't mind me asking. So I'm really not happy with this gradient. I'm gonna follow the original gradient again and then change it up later. Do some color correction later. This is also something that I'm still not very good at, just sunset colors. And that's also the point. This is also why I'm doing this right now. Is it a good idea to do this on stream? Maybe. Probably not. But oh well. Gotta have some challenge. Gotta have some stress. Let's get stuff that I found humorous. Ah, cool. So you're making videos also on the TikTok or other platforms, YouTube, I don't know. Making skits is also an art in itself. Like just the timing of everything, just it has to be perfect to make it actually funny. And that is not an easy task. I don't have any personal experience with it. I am not a comedian. I'm not really a very funny dude. And beginning year of my tutorial show, I kind of tried to. I tried to make it a bit funny and make some skits here and there. But I figured out that I kind of suck at it, and so I just stopped and just tried to be very descriptive and professional and have my cat. She's taking care of the amusing parts of my videos. Maybe let's change this color here. Instead of a darker color, let's actually make it brighter. That's the thing, I don't have to perfectly follow the colors that you see in photos and try to make it as natural as possible. And because also the colors are gonna look very different from photo to photo. It just depends also on what kind of filters they used and what kind of daytime and what kind of camera model in general and so on and so forth. So you get very different kind of color palettes depending on the photo you look at. I've seen some very vast, like very strong differences from photo to photo, and I was trying to make sense of it, but it's very hard. I'd love to stay longer, but I have to make myself, yeah, take care of yourself and get some food. And thank you for dropping by. Okay, are these colors working? Well, another thing is also a lot of the sky is gonna be blocked by the clouds themselves, so don't have to worry that much about it. The colors of the clouds are what's gonna actually matter more. Let's see what I can do with color correction. Color balance. Okay, now stop. Thank you, Lucid. Welcome back. What you got for dinner? Scampi? I'm not so sure what that actually is, so we'll look it up. Nice. Shrimps. I already thought it's gonna be something shrimp related, and I was right. Nice. Love me some shrimps. It's been a while since I had shrimps. I don't even remember. But it could totally be that the last time I had shrimps was in Japan. Maybe. Shrimps and prawns are delish, yes. Absolutely. Oh yeah, there's a question. So we all are pretty much weeps here. We are Japanese fans and whatnot. So what Japanese dish is your favorite? What kind of Japanese food is your favorite? Good question. Yeah, then also can be a hard question because there is so much good stuff coming from there. So I'm just not happy with the sky color. It's driving me crazy actually. Just gonna blend it even more together and just stretch it out maybe over here a bit more. Tempura, gyoza, sushi, sashimi, katsu. Yeah, and the list goes on and on. Yeah. It's hard to decide. Not natto. Okay, yeah, I can also agree with that. Yeah, natto is something. It's an acquired taste, a taste that you have to acquire for sure. Yeah, let me just move. You wanna be over there? Okay. For me, I mean, it's also kind of hard, but I would say that ramen is my favorite. A specific ramen. So I tried out a bunch of different foods back then when I went to Japan for 1.5 months. And the best food that I ate there was at a restaurant in Tokyo, restaurant in Tokyo, and it was really good. I think it was like pork soy based. I don't even exactly remember, but it was the best. It was real good. Ramen, of course, yes. There are all sorts of different types of ramen too, so just saying ramen is like a very like, it's saying like you like pasta. There are also many different sorts of pasta, like noodle types and sauce types and whatnot. Like just saying pasta doesn't really say much. It doesn't give you a lot of information, and I feel it's the same with ramen. There are a lot of varieties, and there were some that I really loved and some that were just kind of meh to me back then. No. False alarm this time. What? Just very quickly gonna sketch in kind of island. Also, one thing that I have to say about sushi is it's so much better in Japan, which is probably not that surprising considering. Also, especially considering that I live in Austria, so a country that is pretty far away from any sort of coast, from any sort of ocean. And so our fish is not the freshest, not the best. But the sushi over there was great. I really loved it. And before that I wasn't really that big of a sushi type. I have to admit. I know that there are a lot of really huge sushi fans out there, but it's just kind of okay to me. Don't really hate it that much, don't really love it that much, but what I had over there in Japan was awesome. I once had ice cream in Italy. I can never say that again. Oh, I believe you. That must be probably the same kind of situation. Oh yeah. Oh, ice cream is another thing that is just... It really depends where you eat the ice cream. And not just country-wise, but just the general vendor and the general manufacturer, or whatever you would call it. Like in some cases, from some certain vendors, it all just tastes like cheap candy. It's just cheap candy. It's just ugh. And then some taste really great, like really fruity and nutty, whatever taste you go for, and like neat. I could eat that all the time, which would not be good for me. And also Kitty is gone again. Where is she? Oh. Like she went up. Oh well. From this little gelateria nestled in the Alps, 2 scoops pistachio for like €4. A bit pricey, but well, quality costs, of course. In the Alps too. So you can also enjoy a nice view while you have your ice cream. It was more than worth it. That's awesome. I'd really like to go back to the Alps again, go skiing. Yeah, the Alps are beautiful. I myself wasn't really all too often in the Alps, I do have to say, because I live in Vienna and there's still a distance from the Alps in Tyrol and so on. But I have been on mountains in Austria. Although I do have to say, I never went skiing or snowboarding or anything similar. Normally over here in Austria, you go with your school class skiing and stuff. It's like a pretty regular thing. Like everybody does that. Like once a year, the class goes on a skiing trip. And I never participated because I personally was never interested, and also it costs a lot, and we weren't really wealthy. I mean, my family still isn't, but yeah. So we wanted to save the money, and also, you know, it's not the greatest for the environment and all blah blah and so on and so forth. And so yeah, just skipped on that, and I can live without it. There are always some people who are so surprised over here when I say I've never went skiing. Like, what? Like, really never? Like, it's so baffling to them. Like, it's the most normal thing ever. I guess it's just also typical for Austrians. It's just skiing is also kind of like a national sport to us, together with soccer. Like everybody is into soccer or skiing, and skiing especially is one of the sports in which we're actually good at on an international level. We actually win medals and stuff. We are all, like, people over here are also really into soccer, but I mean, the Austrian team has never really won anything in like the European tournaments or even the world tournaments. Or go skiing in Japan, perhaps. Take off 2 items on the bucket list at once. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know much about it, but I'm pretty sure there should be some good spots to go skiing in Japan. Japan is like almost all mountains. Of course, not the same as like the Alps or something, but still. Maybe some rough colors for the water. I'm not gonna completely commit to those colors. But just to have something for now, at least. Hey Ramika, how are you doing? Glad to see you here too. How is it going? Okay, just did the basic layout for the island and all that stuff. Gonna add some more detailed work later. For now, sorry, I'm so burpy again. But for now, let's work on the clouds, shall we? I'm good, just making some pasta. Oh, that's nice. What kind of pasta? You're here for the clouds? That's perfect. Good to hear. Alright, so how am I gonna do this now? So I want to start with a softer tool this time. Maybe like this one here. And not go like immediately fully opaque. So yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna start with the darker colors. Also, they added a new setting, and I want to find it. Oh yeah, there it is. So earlier, this kind of tool is kind of like more of a spray type tool, where you have like textures sprayed in an irregular manner, and those kind of textures are particles. And the wider, like the larger I make the tool, the more spread out those particles are gonna get, but the general size of the particles is still gonna stay the same, and you have to adjust the particle size separately, which for some tools is kind of a bit of a pain. And so finally they added the option to let the particle size be adjusted together with the brush size, and thank you, finally. I know it probably doesn't make a lot of sense if you don't really know digital art and are not really accustomed to it, but yeah, just know that I'm happy. Fusilli tricolore, if I pronounced that correctly, with red pesto. Nice and easy for Saturday. I cook every day, so sometimes it's nice to not spend too long in the kitchen. Yes, I can totally relate to that. About every week or so, I also make a stew, and it's basically the meal that takes the longest time, and I don't really like spending that much time just for cooking. You know, when I get hungry, I wanna eat and not take an hour or so in the kitchen. But at least for the stew, I make a huge portion of it, so I have to cook once for like an hour or so, and then for the next 2 days I just have to warm it up and not care. Can be lazy, and it's nice. Of course it tastes better when it's fresh and stuff, but yeah, it's still decent enough the following days. So, let's see. So to explain kind of what I'm doing again, I'm trying to paint alto-cumulus colors, clouds, not colors. Show it off real quick again. So those are alto-cumulus colors, clouds. Why am I saying colors all the time? So those are like very kind of like smaller puffy clouds arranged in this neat stripy pattern, and alto just means it just stands for the height. And so cumulus clouds, if they're at a certain height, then often they are in this kind of pattern, and I want to get better at drawing these patterns, and then to make it extra challenging, I'm gonna do it with sunset colors. So yeah, that's gonna be something. The picture that you just saw is basically my main reference picture, but I'm not perfectly following it. Made some changes, like for example the colors are quite changed. They are not as strongly contrasted, they are not as saturated as in the photo. I don't know, like in general I kind of just like working with softer, more pastel-like colors more. And I usually don't really go for the super saturated colors. Like if you look at the color wheel, I mostly stay away from this corner over here. This is like the super saturated stuff. Normally just gonna stay away from it. Alright, so now let's see. So I have to consider that those clouds here at the back are gonna be smaller, but on the picture itself more densely packed because they're so far away. And I'm planning on doing this kind of in steps. So this is the base shade color for like this area of clouds, and I'm gonna change it up the further away we are from the sun. So here we have kind of like an orangey color. I'm gonna correct the layer. Now I'm just gonna slowly but surely change those colors. So the closer we get, the larger the clouds are gonna be, of course, and also the larger the gaps are gonna be between the clouds. So you have to consider, for the clouds that are really far at the back, those layers, those kind of stripes, are actually gonna overlap each other, because the clouds, of course, still have some kind of height to them. While it's over here, you can just, like, they're much more spaced out and you can see between those stripes. And the back is just this kind of like blurred together kind of mess. Here you can distinguish them a bit better. Also, I really gotta open the window because I'm getting kind of sweaty. Also, Kitty is not here still. also opening the door. So fresh air is gonna go through the room. Okay. People outside will hear me talk, but whatever. I stay chilled, yes. It's slowly but surely getting hotter over here again. We had a bit of a break, cooler break, but temperature's going back up. I was not too happy with those colors actually. I hope everybody here is also doing okay with the current temperatures. And what I've seen in parts of North America, it's getting real crazy. So anybody who lives in those areas, I hope you're doing okay. Ice cream is keeping you firmly regulated. That's a good strategy. I also had quite a lot of ice cream recently. Bought a bunch last time when I went grocery shopping. The heat wave in North America is insane, yeah. Like degrees over 40 Celsius in Canada. Wild. And like, especially in areas like Canada, it's dangerous because people and the infrastructure is not used to those kind of temperatures. Or nature itself. And so you had all of these wildfires. Or you still have them, actually. Yeah, it's just very concerning. I'm doing really slow. I'm like working really slow over here, I gotta say. Should actually more and more transition over into a white. So Also, I had a wild dream this night. And I was remembering it so clearly that I was even able to write it down, which is kind of rare for me. But like so often, it was one of those dreams where I went back to school even though I was clearly like at about my age right now and clearly didn't have to go to school. And I'm always kind of aware of that, but I still can't really go away from school. It's weird. Why? Also, all this cat hair in my face. Ah. But anyway, so yeah, went to school again, and it was the beginning of the school year, so it was the first hour, and the first class was biology. And we had the teacher that also had back then during gymnasium, and but yeah, it was whatever. And we already, like, during the very first hour, normally during the first hours or like first days of school, you don't really do anything. It just gets slowly used to it, and slowly accelerate the pace. But she just went right in and just asked us test questions right off the bat. Well, okay. And then all of a sudden her chair collapsed, and it collapsed in a very weird way too, where like kind of the back of the chair just kind of folded over, and it's just weird dream stuff. And not only the chair did collapse, but the teacher. And everybody immediately went into a panic and like, oh my god, and water, we need water. Because yeah, of course, she was on fire, and then no, she wasn't on fire, and so why was everybody screaming water? But okay, yeah, it's just panic. And I just kind of was calm for at first, and like just kind of like assessed the situation, and then I looked for some kind of first aid kit hanging around somewhere on a wall or something. And I found one, and a friend of mine also is from back then at school, so I actually went to school together with her. She was already at the first aid kit and took it off the wall and ran towards her teacher. And she's actually a nurse, so she has medical training. And I just sat down next to her and said, I'm going to assist you. If there's nobody else here with better medical training, I'm going to assist you. And she's just like, do you know like this and this and this? I'm like, no idea. I have no freaking clue. And she said, okay, if you mess something up, I'm gonna fucking punch you. Okay, yes, please do that. And it was really intense. And then she went ahead and like did some stuff, like she stabbed her lungs and got air and fluid out and whatnot, and probably what happened in the dream didn't make any sense. But yeah, we managed to save our teacher. Well, she managed to save her teacher, and then yeah, and then we went to the hospital and visited her, and she was super thankful. And, okay. But yeah, that was kind of a very intense dream, and right after that I woke up and like, okay, what a stressful beginning into the day. What a cool roller coaster ride, yeah. Well, but only heard the second half of the story. Oh, well, that's Yeah, that's quite a point to drop into the story. Yeah, no, nothing of that actually happened, thankfully. Oh dear. No. Also, by the way, my friend is not that aggressive. Like, she would never tell me that she would punch me. More realistically, what would happen is just she would say that I have under control, and she's doing her stuff. But yeah. It's stabbing into lungs and draining the fluid. Yeah, the context is really important in that case. It's I would say pretty important. Oh dear. But that would also be a good question. What are your favorite dreams to have? Like some favorite kinds of dreams. For me personally, I actually don't like dreaming all that much, and I prefer to just not dream at all, or at least not remember what I dreamt. Because most of the time it's just leaves me with a either depressed or kind of like weirded out emotion after I wake up. But dreams where I am not the main character, like kind of like you dream up some kind of story, like you're just watching a movie or something like that. Those are okay. Those can be kind of weird and stuff, but you're not left out with a weird feeling afterwards, because you just watched a movie, and then it's most of the time a horrible movie, but whatever. You can move on from it and it doesn't really matter, and you just go on with your day. And so I guess that would be some of my favorite dreams, where it just doesn't matter and it's just weird entertainment. The ones where I'm near the ocean because I can breathe underwater in my dreams. Oh, cool. That's neat. Yeah. And flying, walking through walls, or telekinesis is always fun. Yeah. I sometimes rarely have those kind of dreams too, where I'm flying. Or it's always this kind of like half flying and half high jumping in a way. Don't exactly know. Or what I often have is the kind of dreams where I feel like gravity just doesn't work on me. Like, you know, I just start off standing on one leg, and then just pull up the other leg, and I'm just floating. Like, okay, I'm just hanging out. And every single time when just as I wake up, I feel like, okay, am I gonna try this? Is this working? No, it's not working. Ah, damn it. Can you read in your dreams? Can I read in my dreams? I don't think. Like I would imagine I have the basic, like, in general ability to read. But I don't think that reading in particular was ever important, but I think I would be able to read. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not so sure. There's some stuff I can and cannot do while dreaming. Stuff that I cannot do normally. Well, there is one thing that whenever I get in the kind of like fighting situations in dreams, it's like I completely forgot everything I learned during my martial arts training. And it's just everything I do is just so incredibly slow and weak. And it's just super frustrating. It's not exactly I cannot do it, but I do really poorly at it. I don't think I actually properly read things in my dreams. I look at something that looks like words, but it's actually just scribbles, but just absorb the knowledge somehow as I read it. Yeah. I think also in dreams, like actually displaying words and stuff, it would be a bit too much detail for the brain, probably. I don't know. But just like have the general... You do the general task of reading something, you know. I don't know, like in Sims, when you tell your Sim to read something, you cannot really look into the book and see what they're reading, but they're reading. Just have to believe. Same with the fighting thing. It's more like the opponent is invincible. Yeah, kind of like that. It just goes on and on. It's never like I'm also getting completely pummeled and messed up. It's just this weird situation where the fight is just not really moving on. It's just... Yeah, we're just fumbling around weirdly. Oh, what, was there something going on? There was a ban. I didn't even notice it. Well, anyways. I realized I can read whole words and sentences in my dreams, and but I know that is one thing not everyone does. Okay, so it does work for you, but you heard from others that it doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, well, as I said, like, if there's something weird going on with my ability to read, then I haven't really noticed it. It's just a wee bot, yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Lucid. You noticed it before I had the chance to. Well, then on the other hand, is there something maybe in dreams something in your dreams that you're much better in your dreams than in real life at doing? Like on a regular basis. For me, it would probably jumping. For some reason, I'm just so much better at jumping in dreams. It's kind of like the thing with the... Like sometimes I'm so good at it, it's kind of like half flying in some cases. But just normal jumps are just so much stronger than in real life. The Infamous Max is done with his stuff, and so I'm going to join him. Alright. have a lovely time with Max, and see you another time. Yeah, Lucid, probably a good idea to do that, to add them to the blacklist. Doing a lot of moderation work, I see. Yeah, all of that makes sense, these kind of terms. Yeah, I kind of saw that. Luckily, I don't really have, not really struggling too much with bots. But maybe it's just because my stream is too small for them to care. Or I don't know. Maybe they just don't care too much about the art category. But yeah, that bot from before was a rare occasion. But it's good to be prepared for the future. To be potentially prepared. It might be the art category. It's not the most popular category, and so it makes sense. I'm always glad to see people enjoying the music that I picked. I actually wanted to search for some new music again to add to the playlist. But also I was lazy, I just was lazy. It's a bit of a, can be a bit of a pain to go through all of the music because like only 10% of what I'm hearing I'm actually considering adding to the playlist. And the rest is just not that good, or just not really suited for the stream, or just not really my type of music. Hoko is still not here. Oh, cool. There she is. Listen to my call. Hello, hello. Coming around? Slowly coming around. Yeah. There you go. How are you doing? Confused. What's going on here? Why is it so bright? Ah, yes. She flew. Right. It's fun. How about we take a kitty break? We haven't taken one this whole time. Oh, cool. What you doing? What she did just now was she tried to. Also, sorry for the mess. But she tried to jump on here, but there is like this much space on there. She just did it automatically, I suppose, because like it's just a natural movement to jump up here and then next up here. But then she realized up here that there is no space and just fell down. But she's still alive. She's okay. She's okay.
Oh, kitty meow. Why are you so silly?
How about we play a little? Gonna. Where is it? Oh, yeah. There we go. Yep. Ooh. You're a bit lazy today. It's so slow. Come on, get it. It's running away. Get it. Quick, 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 quick. Oh, it's gone. No, it's gone. No. It's just lying down, being sad. We weren't quick enough. No, it's gone. Boo-hoo. What is it? It's still not here. Where is it? Where is it? Didn't see anything. Where is it? Where is it? No, it's not down there. You still think it's down there, huh? You're so confused. If only you had eyes at the back of your head. If only. Aha! There it is. There you go. Not in the face. Not in the face. Got stuck. Oh, silly boo. You're not that energetic now. That's okay. I'm gonna hide it over here again. If I leave it out in the open, she's just gonna eat it. And it's not really bad for her. It is like natural material, this kind of string. She can eat it, but still, I don't want her to. Hmm? You're so pretty. Can I make her yawn? Let's see. Very often when I rub her nose like that, she's just gonna start yawning. And there we go! It works almost every time. Yawny kitty, so tired. Oh, did you hear something? Did you hear something with your ears? Beep, 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 beep. It's nothing. Nobody's coming over here. You don't have to be alarmed.
Nothing. You're just tired. And a little bit annoyed, probably. Okay, I'll leave you be.
Alright. I really gotta say, I should have gone for more saturated colors, but oh well. Still might be able to make it work. Yeah, also, so you were playing Hollow Knight, which I know because I was there. So this makes me think of the question: what was your favorite hard game, like really hard and challenging game that you played? Or at least like some kind of really hard challenge within a game that is in general not that hard. Celeste, ooh, that's a good one. Celeste is one of those games that the normal difficulty seems to be very difficult, but at least it has a very wide array of accessibility options that makes it can make it much easier, especially for people who just want to enjoy the story. It's very good. Nice. But yeah, it can be really challenging. From what I've seen, I haven't ever really played myself, but I can tell that it's not easy just by watching. I'm glad you like the music. Oh yeah, yeah, the music in Celeste, yeah, also that. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, the music in Celeste is fantastic. Music in Celeste is also just really good for listening by itself, which is not always the case. Like a lot of times the music is really good within the context of the game. but if you listen to it outside of the game, it's kind of meh. But Celeste is really awesome. I've also listened to a bunch of those tracks just completely outside of watching the game itself. Ooh, and speedruns of the game are especially really great to watch. It's just so amazing at how fast it can go, and there's some crazy movement that you can do in a speed run. It's just, jeez, that's way beyond me. But maybe someday I will play the game too, because I technically have it, because it was part of the social justice package from last year on itch.io, and so I should have it. But I don't know if I would play it on the normal difficulty, or if I would make it somehow a bit easier. Because I'm not a platformer type. I'm not really interested too much in playing platformers, and I'm not really good at them either. But I would like to enjoy the story of the game. I watched the game several times, but most of the time it's some kind of speed runs, or at least some casual runs of players who already know the game and the story, and so they just skip over everything. And so yeah, maybe I'm gonna play it at my pace and just enjoy the story. We'll see. That package, yeah, where you got one shot from. Yes, exactly. That's also where I have one shot from. There are a bunch of really good games in that package. Actually made a list of games that I would like to check out at some point from that package, which is just a bunch of games from other lists of people who wrote lists of good games that you should check out in this social justice package. Where did I have it? Over here, I think. Yeah. Almost there. A bunch of those actually played already. Like A Short Hike was pretty neat. Collateral Damage. That was some good chaos. Pet the Pup at the Party, yes, of course. Yeah, and then there is One Shot, of course, that I noted, and Celeste. It's like a bunch of those I forgot again what they're about. Like The Floor is Jelly and Enodine. Skyrogue. Oh, Skyrogue I think is like a roguelike Star Fox game. Kind of like. I also would like to check it out. And some other ones like Oxenfree, Quiet as a Stone. Overland is in the same bundle. That was quite nice. Overland, okay. And it was kind of but build up and art style was brilliant. Overland, okay. I'm gonna write it down because it's not in my list. I'm gonna check it out. I have so many freaking games at this point. Just like there was this bundle, this social justice bundle on itch.io, And then also, you get so many points from just having Amazon Prime. And I've been collecting those games on a monthly basis for years. And it's so much that I completely lost any track of what I currently have and what not. And there are some really good games in there, which it should, like, I'm asking myself, like, how did those kind of games end up as free games? Like, there was The Messenger in there, and Enter the Gungeon, and Hyper Light Drifter, and so on and so forth. Like, yeah. Also, but I'm not advertising Amazon Prime right now, just by the way. Not fan of Amazon or anything, I just have it for personal reasons. Just for me personally, it makes sense. But yeah. And yeah, someday I would love to play more video games on stream, and then when I do have a long list of games. A very long list. Let's turn this off here. Alright, so now I'm trying to add more detail here and there, like at least try to. We'll see how it turns out. Also, I have to take a break to go somewhere, so we'll be right back. Kitty's here. But just have the kitty's screen and just mute the mic. Nah, I'm just gonna go to normal BRB screen. Okay. We'll be right back. And I'm back. And Kitty's also still here. I was worried that she might follow me to the toilet, as she often does, but this time she's just too lazy. I'm too tired.
I did wash my hands.
So there was a topic that I thought of while I was sitting on the toilet. I don't know why specifically on the toilet. But what is something that makes you really laugh? Like it's very reliable at just making you lose it. For me, the thing is, there is not really that much that just makes me laugh like freaking crazy. Like I'm ringing for air because I just can't stop. And for me, it's something that is just kind of, it has to be something spontaneous or it's something really unexpected. And so most of the time some kind of like stand-up comedy or skits or something like that doesn't really work for me because it's just for the most part too predictable or just too, you know, it's planned, it's scripted, and it's not really natural, and so I don't know, it's not really something that makes me lose it. Like, makes me laugh sometimes a little bit, but not that much. But something like improvisational comedy can be so freaking funny to me. If you might have heard of Whose Line Is It Anyways? Which is a show where a bunch of comedians come together and play some games and do some skits and stuff, but everything is improvised. Nothing is scripted. Which is like something not everybody can do. It is something to really have to practice, and what those guys are able to come up with is just amazing. They're even singing and they're coming up with rhymes, with funny rhymes, that is, just on the fly, and it's just the funniest shit, dude. And I guess the reason why I came up with this question was also because recently I've been watching some videos where a bunch of people played do you know this kind of game where you kind of sit in a circle and you start with a phrase, one person starts with a phrase, and they have to whisper that phrase into the next person's ear, and that person has to whisper that phrase into the next person's ear, and so on until you make the complete round, and then you see what that phrase actually turned in at the end, and it's always something different. Now that so that kind of game, imagine that with pictures, with drawings. So the basic rules is just simply you start with a phrase or a drawing, it can be either way, and then you switch back and forth between a phrase, as a title for the drawing, and a drawing for the title. And every person is only allowed to see the last one, of course. One person starts with a phrase, and then like a title, I mean, and then moves this title to the next person. That person has to draw something with the title, and the next person then has to come up with a title for that drawing, and so on and so forth. And it just transforms into the craziest stuff and almost never ends up being the same thing as it was. And it's not really supposed to end either. It's supposed to just make you come up with the weirdest stuff. And this is also something like this, very much improvised, and those kind of videos just also made me completely lose it. I would say that's the kind of comedic stuff that I like. Oh, so Kitty's gone again. Oh. Seems like she's outside. Oh well. I gotta admit, I'm kind of struggling with this painting. I'm just not really big of a fan of how it's turning out. I think I overdid it a bit, and I shouldn't really took a scene like that for the stream. Would have picked something a bit easier. Oh well. And head off and play some games, alright. Have some fun playing games. And again, thank you for dropping by and thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I need to I need to lower the volume of that. Hey, yeah, Julio? Yeah, Julio. I probably completely botched it just now, but hey, thank you for the for the follow. It's okay. It's my fault for making it so loud. But how are you doing? Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. And I'm doing alright. Just struggling a little bit with this painting. It's not exactly how I want it to turn out, but I knew from the beginning that it's gonna be quite challenging because I'm not very used to sunset settings. Yeah, and turned out that it still is true. I'm not very good at them, but oh well. It's not super terrible, at least. But yeah, how about you? Are you also painting, drawing, or doing some other kind of creative stuff? I'm always interested to hear what other people make. I'm playing around with Procreate, but it's mainly been calligraphy. Oh, cool. Heard a lot of very good things about Procreate, so seems like it's becoming the standard for a lot of people. I really should try it out at some point, just to just to have an idea of what it can do. But yeah, calligraphy is also cool. It's also cool what you can do with digital media in terms of calligraphy. Some tools are very useful for that sort of stuff. Working on shading and highlighting. So you mean you're trying to learn the basics of that right now, or are you working on some kind of big artwork? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, shading and highlighting is definitely one of those very important basics if you're just starting out and try to learn art. One of the first tutorial videos that I made, I think it was in my first year, so it's been quite a while. And still, I'm not perfect at it. It's something, it's one of those things that you can learn the basics very quickly, but to master it, you can spend many years, and you still won't have the feeling that you completely mastered it. And I'm not saying this now to discourage you or any sort of way. Like, you can achieve some very decent, some very good looking results actually, with just the basics. It's just that every now and then I get into a situation where I'm struggling a little bit to figure out how to do it. So you're basically just starting out. You just started to learn the basics, if I'm correct. What kind of artwork are you, or like what kind of style or whatever are you aiming for? Once you learn the basics, what would you like to make? Whatever comes up in your head, yeah? That's totally good enough. That's also what's so great about making art, especially about drawing and painting. You can just do whatever you want. And it's a very nice creative outlet. And also in a way emotional outlet too. Can certainly feel free to share what you have made so far, or just share your studies and practices. That's also always nice for others to see too. You can feel free to join the Discord and share some stuff, or you just post some stuff here. That's also totally fine. Always interested to see what others make. This here, by the way, is supposed to be a speed paint, but I'm not exactly speedy right now. Again, I'm not very good with these kind of settings. And so it's taken me a while, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And by the way, if you have any sort of questions, feel free to ask me. I always gladly answer them. It's part of the reason why I'm here and streaming. As long as it's not like too broad. Like, you ask me how to do, like how perspective works. That's a bit too much. It's like a whole lesson. Other than that, don't ask me anything. The kitty is still not back. Let's see if I can call her again. Oko. Oko. Ah, there
purse. Yep. I need. Boo boo. Huh, good. Here you are.
It's getting late, so I'm gonna head off. In front of the channel. I'm glad that you dropped by, and thank you. Wish you a good night. Kitty sleepy. Nice.
sure. It is down.
I better take a short kitty break because I feel like my head needs it.
Very shortly. The artwork is going okay. It's not how I imagined it in my head, but oh well.
Oh, kitty. Scratchy squitch.
Why are sunsets so hard to paint? Or sunrises. I actually recently read that there is no distinguishable difference between sunsets and sunrises in terms of colors, sky colors and stuff. So it could be either of those. Although most of the time it's sunsets. Because barely anybody is up and taking pictures during the sunrise. Boop. Boopin' and them snootin'. Oh, boopin' and them poo. And then make you yawn again. Let's see. And then make you yawn again. Huh? Where's the yawn? Ugh. Don't lick it. Don't lick my finger. Ah, bitey. I'm getting annoyed, huh? Blah 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 blah. Oh, thank you. I think I don't get a yawn out of this. He's a bit too annoyed. Rumph, 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 rumph. Kitty. Let me wipe off my finger. Blah. 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 Huh? Wow. I'm gonna play. Huns. Bite, 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 bite. Whack. The easiest way to annoy her is to touch her back paws. It's especially taboo. Oh, how dare I! Humph. There. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, go. I'm such an annoyance. Can you die? How dare I disturb the little princess from her slumber? I don't think that I will work on the clouds all that much longer. I still could do more with it. Now that I look at the photo again.
Like, how about we're smudging out some areas? And add some more gaps here and there. Like, maybe let's add a gap right here. Kind of stretches inwards, like so. And kind of smudge everything together over here. Let's see what we can do with this. Oops. Off she goes again. Oh well. I can already see our raid target. And I would like to finish this painting before she finishes up her stream. But as far as I know, she streams for a bit longer than just a few hours normally. So it should be fine. And as I said, I don't want to work too long on this painting. Maybe I will have to do some finishing touches off stream. Let's see. It's definitely one of those paintings where I probably have to force myself to just call it quits and just be done with it and just upload it and just work on the next thing. Because there will be always something that I want to improve, because I'm not quite I just can't get quite satisfied with it. Okay, let's see what I can do with the rest. It's too much time right now. Also, which layer did I... God damn it, I did the water layer on the same layer as the sky. Okay, let's separate this then. Oops, that was very sloppy. There. Wait, what? Where's the... Okay, again, cut it out, insert, and merge. There we go. Wait. Okay, now. Coco. You're back. Meow meow. Jump up. Jump up.
There she is. Wow. Let's go. There's a pebble here. Yum yum. And color mode now.
Crispy.
Find out. Oh, ow. Sorry about it. So happy. Are you so happy? Wow, wow, wow.
Hey cat, how you doing? Glad to see you. I'm doing alright. Not all too happy with this painting here. But otherwise, doing okay. How about you? Doing good? I'm glad to hear that. What's the weather situation over there in Utah? I heard that it's quite a heat wave going on more in the northern parts. I don't know if it reaches all the way down to Utah. Oh, thank you, cat. I'm glad you like it. It's been pretty hot. Hope it's still on a tolerable level over there. It has reached over 100 Fahrenheit multiple times. That is... oh, yeah, about 40 degrees Celsius and beyond. Yeah, that's not good. Just honestly just stayed inside and... do you have air conditioning or something like that at least? As far as I know, like Utah... in Utah it's not that rare that it gets very hot. Right? Probably more people have air conditioning and stuff like that compared to people like in Canada, where normally you wouldn't need something like that. Or over here, like barely anybody over here has air conditioning in Austria. Not so sure though about Utah. Apparently there's a drought going on where I live, where you only got 30% of water we need. Oh yeah, I heard something like that. That's also definitely not good. Do you have an AC? That's good. You're probably in some kind of like emergency status where people are motivated to save water and stuff. Someone I know doesn't have one though, so it got pretty rough for her. Oh, sorry for her. There are some things you can do without an AC, but if it gets over 40 degrees, it can be quite a struggle. I can totally imagine. Like we here in Austria, we normally don't deal with like temperatures over 40 degrees. This is like extremely rare. I'm trying to remember if I ever experienced a day that had over 40 degrees Celsius. Not so sure. But yeah, it's definitely especially hard if there's also at the same time a drought going on. So if you don't have an AC, then you can at least do something with cooling yourself with water, taking cold showers. I heard the tip of like taking a wet towel and putting it around your neck. And so on and so forth, getting ice packs and whatnot. But there's a limit to those methods, especially while you're sleeping, because while you're sleeping you cannot like constantly switch out wet towels or go take a cold shower or anything. You're trying to lay down for a couple of hours and rest, and that can be very difficult. The painting reminded me of something. My old art teacher was like obsessed with Bob Ross. That's a good obsession, I would say. That's a good obsession to have. He had to play a Bob Ross bingo where it was all centered around him. Oh dear. What did this bingo have on it? Like happy little clouds and let's add a cabin over here and stuff like that. I just watched Bob Ross and he talked about Bob Ross. He dressed like Bob Ross. He talked like him. You know, the world could definitely use more Bob Rosses. The tokens were Bob Ross's face, and the things were the things he said, like so happy little trees. Perfect. Much of other stuff. Yeah. Sounds pretty neat actually. It's sounds like fun. I wish my art teacher knew about Bob Ross, or probably she didn't even know about him. Well, to be fair, he wasn't really well known over here in Austria. And I'm not so sure if he is right now at this point. Like outside of internet culture, I mean. On the internet, I know right now he's a big meme and stuff, so a lot of people know about him, even outside of the US. Like me. But yeah. It was fun being in the teacher's class. He was super chill, maybe too chill for his own good. Oh, was he not very good at establishing authority, where, you know, the more rowdy classmates saw an opportunity to just mess around? Yeah, that can ruin everything, unfortunately. We have a really nice and chilled teacher, but then just some kids think like they can just do anything they want and ignore them. And think, hey, they're cool, you know, they just don't have to worry about anything. And then you just get nothing done. And they're still a teacher, of course, so gotta teach something and follow the program and everything. It was loud in his class, and when a kid covered the mirror in soap, he encouraged the kid to do it to the spot he missed. Ah, yeah. I mean, it's good that he doesn't let it get to him and just completely ruin his chill vibes. But you know, there is a fine balance between being how to say, between being strict but also having some kind of connection with the kids. This kid was saying a super inappropriate thing, which I won't say over and over, and the teacher didn't do anything. It made me super uncomfortable. Yeah, that is definitely a point where you get too chill about that sort of stuff. About certain things you have to be strict. And that's kind of like imagine I would be that chill. And so anybody could come into my chat and say whatever they want and I'm not doing anything about it. Is that a good time? No, I'm being strict, but through me being strict, I'm ensuring that there is still some kind of decency upheld in the chat or in the classroom or whatever. And sometimes you just have to, that's just it, like, what do you say, like put down the foot and tell them that's not okay. And maybe that teacher is just not really the type for that sort of thing. Maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable doing that, and yeah, I also get that. It's like nobody enjoys having to be strict like that, or like, let's say, barely anybody. He just really loved art and wanted to share his enthusiasm. Oh well. I honestly like my chill teachers, but they were often too chill. Yeah. Have you ever talked to your teachers about that? Or somebody else in your class? In my school, we also had a very chill teacher like that in our German class, and I loved him. He was such a great teacher. But yeah, there were definitely some kids in the class who used that as an opportunity to just do whatever they wanted and just completely ignore him when he said, okay, we do have to do some kind of learning here and not just goofing around all the time. He was better at being strict at sometimes, like being an authority. Wasn't that bad, but it definitely was always a huge bummer because you were clearly able to tell that he really didn't want to be strict and yeah, he also just wanted to keep up the chill vibes and talk about poems and stories and so on and so forth, and yeah. Oh well. I didn't know what the kid's name was, so I couldn't talk to a teacher about it. Well, you don't really have... Maybe you can like talk to them without calling out that particular kid, just like maybe say in general, like if somebody says a certain thing or they behave so and so, then maybe you can do something about it, please, because and you explain how it makes you feel and stuff. I don't know. I understand that it's a bit of a can be a bit of a complicated situation. I do not know all the details of all the circumstances. Once in his class, it got really inappropriate because the teacher didn't stop it. The same teacher just had a baby, so he was sleep deprived. Oh, that's also something. In his class wasn't always like that. Yeah, if it's like an outside factor like that, then there's not really much you can do. You can't just tell your teacher, hey, get more sleep. Let's see what I can do about this. The person I wanted to raid has gone offline. Oh well. Too bad. But there might be somebody else later. When I joined IRL school in one of the classes, the teacher introduced herself and said that she was going to be and said that she was going to be my favorite teacher. Like, she said that. Okay. Yeah, pretty bold, and laughed and just thought like, yep, I guess you're my favorite teacher now. Okay, yeah. She said like, oh, they all laugh. Oh, is that a frat now? What an introduction. Let's see what I can do about this. this here. Honestly, I enjoyed her as a person, and she wasn't as bad as everyone said. Her class sucked, though she never gave us enough time to do work. We had to do a 10-second animation with different backgrounds in just 3 hours, and with a new tool we had never used before, and we had this huge project that had to be done in 3 days. Oh god. A 10-second animation with different backgrounds in just 3 hours. What kind of animation? Like a hand-drawn animation? Frame by frame? Or what exactly? 3D animation? Like, depending on the animation type, that can be done, or it's very unrealistic if you want to have any sort of quality. I honestly expected too much from everyone. That's of course also not good. Okay, I think I'm actually okay with the colors now. The corrections, color corrections were doing some work. See if I can practice some contrast there. Let's not overdo it. Just a little bit extra contrast. It wasn't hand drawn, but I don't know how to explain it. We still had to do every frame by frame though. It is crazy, it took one kid the entire term to finish it. The frame by frame animation takes a while. 10 seconds doesn't sound like much. But if you do it frame by frame, okay, what kind of frame rate does the animation have? If you want to have a at least somewhat fluid image, like minimum would be, no, like 12 frames per second or more. Also it depends on the kind of animation, how many frames would be appropriate. And so yeah, like for example 12 frames, 10 seconds, and you have 120 pictures that you need to make. And it's not just making 120 pictures, but you also have to, you know, adjust it to each other so that you actually have a fluid animation and not just random stuff just jumping around. So yeah, 3 hours? Nah. Like for example, the animations that I made for my tutorial videos with the little mink, like each one of these individual expressions that the little mink can make is like a few seconds long, but every single one of them took me several hours, and it's just a little mink, a very simple very simple style, very simple design. It's just white with some single color shading, and I don't really do all that like the animations I did weren't like that complicated, but still it takes a long freaking time. Yeah. We couldn't even have two of the same frame, which is dumb. What? Like you weren't even allowed to have, like you had to have every single frame different. That's also very limiting at what kind of animations you can do, where there is basically no resting in between the movements that you make. Okay. I think I got over 170 frames, yeah. Oh well. Was she maybe also new to that teaching job? Was it like her first class? Was it new to the school, or was she already at that school for a while. But even still, even if it's like the first time that, like, she studied that sort of stuff, I would assume, and so she should have an idea of how long it takes to make animations, especially frame by frame animations. So, oh well. We had to make it a story as well, like a 10-second story. Okay. Even more demanding. I mean, it's just we're supposed to learn how to make an animation, I'm assuming. Like start with something more simple. No, she was there for a while. I'm glad I'm not in her class anymore. Hopefully I don't run into a similar teacher. Yeah. Thank you, Kat. I'm glad you like it. I still got to an acceptable point, and I'm happy. There are still some things that I think like would need some improvement, but let's not overdo it. I already spent so much time on this. This is already way beyond a speed paint. Yeah, we were just supposed to learn how to do animation. Start with a bouncing ball, and then you maybe make a very simple cartoon character and make it maybe like walk a little, and then like you go step by step and like make little things step by step, and then you improve, and then at some point you can tell your class, say, okay, let's maybe make a little story. And let's make it a bit longer, and also give them an appropriate amount of time to do these things. So I need to save this. I haven't saved this the whole time, which is not safe. Name. Kind of name, title, I don't know. I suck at this. I suck at titling. my paintings. Really, nothing comes to mind right now. Let's call it colors beyond the horizon. Sounds fancy. I'm saving it without, but not necessarily completely done yet. Oops, that's the tool. Let's turn off this while I make. This is without color corrections. What a difference. My god. Like, I'm so glad that I have these tools. Having to pick the right colors from the get-go is something that I'm really not good at. And something you would have to do if you do traditional art, and so, oh god. Certainly have a lot of respect for traditional artists who make astonishing art pieces still. Oh well. Just do pretty sunset, yeah. Done. It doesn't really matter all that much how it's called. But still. At least I wanna try to come up with something. She was weird in that way. We were only learning them. That amount of work was crazy. Yeah, you definitely learned that. It's at least something, I guess. We were only learning. I don't think an expert would do very well with that. Name tag, of course. As per usual, in the lower right corner. And let's go ahead and add a few more clouds here in this corner. After all, it's a little bit too empty. Just some faint stuff here and there. Oh, she left. Yeah, she went outside. Oh well. She will come back at some point, I suppose, but maybe not before I close the stream. might have heard, but there was a gray and white cat that came to my house and hasn't come back. Poor baby, I hope she's okay. Yeah, I think you mentioned something in the Discord. I also hope that the cat is okay. I want all cats to do well, to do okay. Yeah, and I remembered correctly. Yeah, if there are any updates about it at some point, then update us. Hopefully someone adopted it or something. There's a lot of dogs in my area. Yeah, let's hope for the best. A few years ago, a dog came into my yard and attacked my cat Ollie. Oh. The dog was deaf and couldn't hear my mom yelling at it. Oh. Poor kitty. I hope Ollie was still okay. He wasn't too badly injured or anything. Cool. At least she's happy, well now. The dog did break her leg bone. Ooh. But good to hear that she's doing well now. Yeah, dogs can be scary. Especially if, you know, they haven't been brought up very well by their owner. Dogs definitely need to learn boundaries. And need to be taken care of by their owner, or I don't know. I did forget to start a time lapse for the time lapse recording for this painting, but it's okay. It's not my best one, so that's fine. I would say I'm done with this painting. Let's not overdo it. Point of the speed painting is also, of course, that I make something very quickly and might not be completely happy with it, but I learn something through it and then I move on to the next one. And I'm getting things done and don't take dozens of hours just to get one painting done. Alright. Yeah. Okay then, well, let's see. Okay. Let's see who we could raid. Aha, okay. I see two potential targets. And that might be actually appropriate, so... There is a indie game that I saw recently which seems really neat. It's very art themed and it's called Chicory, A Colorful Tale. And I want to play it someday during the stream. And so I see somebody right now playing that exact game. He's called Half Coordinated. Normally a speedrunner, but I think nowadays he is more of a casual player. And the thing about his name, Half Coordinated, that is because he has a condition where he barely has any feeling in, I think it's the right side of his body. So that means he can play games basically only with one hand. And that's his thing. And he even speedruns and everything, and he shows the world that you can play games with just one hand. You can achieve things even if you have a disability like that. And yeah, let's rate him. I've been watching him for a while. He's a very chill and nice guy, very wholesome. So, as always, if you want to join the raid, jump over to the to my Twitch side. And you can feel free to copy this message or not, and then write it into his chat. It is completely up to you. Where's the thing? Wait, channel. Start with. Okay. Alright then. And so, thank you a lot for dropping by. Again, thank you, Lucid, earlier for the raid. You're over here now, Cat. Wonderful. And I wish you a good day of the time, whatever it is, in your part of the world. Yeah, see you next time. Whenever that will be, you can get updates over Discord and Twitter. Alright then.